Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. 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 No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live from Champions Club in Houston, Texas. This is the final event of the Poker Go Tour Texas Poker Open. It's $150,000 guaranteed, no limit hold'em tournament. But we smashed that $150,000, over $200,000 in the prize pool. From a field of 676 players, we are down to the final 9. And there they are. You can see that Smith has the chip lead right now, and Ross down at the bottom there at just over $1 million, which is about 10 big blinds. So Ross will be looking to make something happen quick. Everybody at this table is guaranteed $3,860 today, but all of these players are gunning for that top spot. First place, $39,280. This is it. Final table action starting now. Button's going to start in the 2 seat with John Ross. Lucky draw for him, having the shortest stack. Getting the button.
Thank you.
Works out very well. Nice looking suited connector for Arga under the gun. He's going to make the call. Blinds are at 50 and 100,000 right now. Average stack 2.2 million, or about 22 big blinds. Holland's going to make the call as well with pocket 8s. Is a suited queen enough? Nope. Ross is going to wait for a better spot. We do have a couple of other stacks pretty short. One of them being Robert Bernett, who just folded in the small blind there. He has just about 10 bigs as well. Rob getting a lot of love in the chat already. He's one of our dealers here at Champions. Making the final table of the final event of the Poker Go Tour. Nicely done. 3 ways to the flop we go. Another of the shorter stacks is Escandari, who was in the big blind. King Jack suited. A couple of overcards. Having a little issue on the graphical side with the flops, so we'll have to kind of keep those boards in mind here. Arga and Escandari both flopping diamond draws. Holland's 8s still in the lead for the moment. 2 diamonds on board. Escandari, the statistical favorite with the big diamond draw and 2 overcards. We have a bet of 250 and a raise to 500,000. That's half of Escandari's stack, also known as Rock Smasher. Escandari plays on our Pot Limit Omaha live stream cash games quite often. Action back on Arga. All in, 2 overs. Diamond draw. And a gut shot straight draw. It's a coin flip. Holland with the over pair to this board. Pocket 8s.
1,175,000.
All in and a call. First hand of the final table. We have a straight flush draw. A straight draw and flush draw, rather, versus an overpair. Picks up 10s on the turn and takes the lead, does Arga. Holland now needs help. He does have the bigger stack, and he will be losing a big chunk of that stack. Arga doubling up first hand of the final table. Arga from Hyderabad, India says his favorite hand is 4-5 of diamonds, and he catches diamonds on the very first hand.
Button move.
Makes a big move and gets rewarded. Hand number 2, and Cooper waking up with queens under the gun. Gonna raise it up, min click to 200,000. Cooper coming in to the final table as one of the larger stacks, third in chips coming in. A suited ace for Ross in the cutoff. He is the short stack, looking for something to go with, but not liking that early position raise from Cooper. He gets out of the way. Raise and take it for a Cooper. Next to Cooper in the 7th seat.
Has to be the longest stretch of quietness that I've ever sat at a table with you, Robert.
Under the gun now is Scotty Smith, Houston player, getting a little love in the chat. He's the big stack coming into this final table with over 4 million in chips.
We'll go, just after this table, go in the front, we'll play Omaha.
There you go.
Be back to my hotel. You lost a bunch of weight.
I have?
Looks like it. No?
Cool.
You're not wearing that big lumberjack.
Yeah. Usually I have a big, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Probably.
You can see, bro.
You too.
Part of it has to do with, like, only you guys knowing I'm a dumbass. I know you guys forever, and then now we got thousands of people that watch the stream.
Action folds around to the dealer button. Escandari with ace-5. And one of the shorter stacks now, about 10 big blinds. He's going to get it all in. Quick fold. Oh, and Cooper finds ace-jack.
Okay.
Triple the stack of Escandari. Definitely going to make the call here with ace-jack. And Escandari is going to need some help here, or he will be eliminated in 9th place. Jared wanted to say happy anniversary to his wife, Lynn. Hopefully he'll be able to stick around and say more, but wanted to get that out there just in case. Well, a nice looking flop there, picks up a gut shot. Also has the only spade, so backdoor spade's a possibility. Not the worst for Escandari, but ace-jack still ahead for Cooper now. Escandari needing to catch a 5 or a 4 to stay here at the final table.
Good game,
And
guys.
it will not be.
All right. Have a good one. Pleasure. Let's get some rest.
Tough to not get it in with an ace wheel at this stage of the tournament on the button, but unfortunately it doesn't work out for Jared. He will be taking home $3,860 for his efforts here, though. And now we are down to 8. Guaranteeing the players a jump. Everybody at this table now guaranteed over $5,000. Having a little bit of a graphical issue, as you guys can probably tell. The action's not keeping up.
How much is that?
But that will be fixed. About 13 hands in, so we can see what's going on here, though. Holland very short after that loss just a couple of hands ago, getting it all in here with 9-10, and he's going to be at risk, and Williamson right behind him with aces. Makes the raise. Sorry, just a call from Williamson, it looks like. Trying to entice some other players to get in there. Folds all the way around now to Smith in the big blind. He's got a little pocket pair. Gets to close the action. Might as well peel a flop here and see if he can flop a set. He does have the biggest stack. And Holland now at risk, all in against two players with 9-10. Top pair for the all-in player, but still needs some help here as Williamson has aces.
Have you seen it?
I haven't, no.
Oh, what a nasty game.
That's the one Will and all those guys are at?
Yeah, but it's not about
And the
running.
Norseman is going to put his chips in.
If you're running decent, you don't have to run good, just run decent.
Smith getting out of the way with the fours, and Holland gonna need some help. In better shape now than he was pre-flop, though, with the 9 on board.
What
Not
else do you want?
the one he was looking for, but it does give him more outs, a 7 now, or a 10,
The 9 makes this thing.
or another 9. Will keep him in the game.
Good game.
Good game.
But the river, it appears, is not one of those cards.
Not a horrible start.
Aces and trays will get the job done, and that will do it
Snuck in
for
here
Scotty
with 10
Smith being eliminated. Sorry, Max Holland, rather, being eliminated in 8th place. 51-40 going home with him today, though. Holland out of Colorado has over 280,000 in winnings reported on Hidden Mobs. No stranger to a final table. I am sure we will see him back at this final table again on a different stream. Well, no lack of action here. 4 hands in, 2 players down.
40-something thousand like
That's awesome, man.
That's wild. Chip in a chair.
You need to treat her to a nice dinner.
Yeah, yeah. No, this is unbelievable, this rush.
When I got to the table, you had 40-something thousand. When you left, it was like 360.
It's a wild day.
We did have 4 players come into this final table pretty short in chips. And this is one of them. The shortest stack, Ross, waking up with kings. What a beautiful hand. Just before the blinds get to you, his range is going to be super wide. He can get these chips in there, and it's not going to look too shady. But he goes for a regular raise here instead. 250K. I think this is a mistake. I think with his stack and in this position, you can just get him in there and try for a full double. This just looks way too strong. Folds around to the blinds. And Fred would have been able to get in there pretty cheap there, but complete trash holding, gets out of the way, and Ross is just going to pick up the blinds and antes there.
You remember it started with I got the button draw.
I remember.
At 6.
I remember.
Unbelievable.
I was there for all of it.
I don't even know if you remember that or not, but it was like perfect storm, you know.
Yep. And you never missed. When you were in, actually, you didn't even get in a lot. You pushed them in. You never got called. You stole a lot of chips.
I did.
And when you did get called, you just had it.
All in.
Bernett finds a hand to go with, suited Queen 10. About 10 big blinds, all in for 1.025 million.
Who, me? Always laughing and drunk.
Smith with A lot of chips and an ace on the button, giving it some thought. He gets out of the way.
Been in there plenty of times. Been in there plenty of times. Oh, no, Dan wasn't in there plenty of times. Yeah, different magazine.
Bernett will pick up the blinds and antes. Arga opens this one up for 200,000 with ace-9 offsuit. Folds all the way around to the big blind of Ross. Jack-9 dominated here, but a cheap price to see a flop. Just one more big. And a good fold.
The newest card player magazine I've ever seen was 5 years old. Dead serious. It's worse than a doctor's office. 24? Yeah. Oh, really? It's up to date. The same was going on right now. Usually I see 24 and 29. Yeah. Next is wherever Roadhouse Park, California is. Oh, right where you're from, bro. Where? Elizabeth, Indiana. I'm from Evansville.
You're from Evansville? I lived there for a little while when I was a kid, yeah.
Sorry about your life, sir.
Yeah, man, it was brutal. It was brutal.
I know, bro. I was born there.
Yikes.
Cooper opens this one. King Queen. 200,000 is the bet.
When?
Like you came straight here?
Yeah, I came straight here when I was 8. I went to Stringtown Elementary School. I don't know if you know that.
You went to Stringbet Elementary?
Oh, I never string bet.
Folds all the way around to the big blind of Bernett. He's going to get out of the way here. 7-5 offsuit. Not the one he wants to go with.
You know, John, he's from Evansville as well.
Yeah, I was talking to him the other night.
Such a small world, such a small place. To know somebody in the 4th largest city in America and be in the same place, you know what I mean? What's the chance of that? I guess it's probably not bad. We were all going to end up in gambling places.
Wait, because we have no life.
We're from,
Yeah.
we're from Evansville. Makes sense.
Because we had nothing better else to do, so here we are. No, this is pretty awesome, though.
Finally, Ross has a good hand here. 7-4 on the, what the?
Race.
In serious, no.
450.
Bernett with jacks. He's going to raise it up. Puts almost half his stack in there. Sending a message. I'm willing to go all the way. And he'll pick up the blinds and antes.
Probably me. You could just put it up for you. Sorry.
Action folds around to Chong in the hijack. Queen 10 suited. Raises it up to 250. Chong has 6 final table appearances in the Texas area in these mid-stakes tournaments. Good to see her here on stream again. I believe she's been on our final table before. Burnett's going to make the call here with 7s on the dealer button. And Cooper looking down at King Queen in the big blind. Cooper came into this table second in chips. I believe he is the chip leader now with over 5 million, or almost 5 million in chips. Total of 19.7 million chips in play. He's got about a quarter of them already. He's going to make the call. Bernett in the lead with the sevens, but a king high board, and Cooper snatches the lead. Chong flopped a pair of tens, second pair. She's going to bet 250. Sevens gets out of the way. Bernett. Let's see how Cooper plays this. Flop top pair. Just going to call. Might be worried about ace king. But we see he's way out in front here with king queen. Checks the turn. Do apologize. It looks like graphics are behind. It's still showing the action from pre-flop. And that's why we're not seeing the graphics on board. But we know Cooper's got top pair and Chong has middle pair. Second pair. She's going to bet 250 again. I would expect at least a call here. This might be the time when Cooper does the check raise, though. Yeah, and it looks like more chips going into the middle. To make it $500,000. Chong came into this final table third in chips, so she's got a stack here that can do some damage. Cooper might not want to tangle with her too much. Rather try to focus on the smaller stacks, but he does get a raise in there. She does make the call. And kings and sixes are going to be good for Cooper. Cooper going bigger this time. It's like 900,000. Maybe $1 million. And Eunice will get out of the way. The rich getting richer. Cooper now up over 5 million in chips. A roofing company owner from Sugarland wants to say hi to John Luke.
You understand what I'm saying?
I'm liable.
Exactly. I mean,
No.
I'm just saying
It was a different type of trap.
Yeah, no, I figured.
It was a
But just calling 8 big blinds with aces, you know what I mean? That's fine.
Small blind.
Yes, ma'am. Very strict and very stern. Gosh.
Think about tomorrow. Nine fold.
And this time it's Chong with the sevens, early position. She's going to raise it up to 250. Folds around to the blinds. And Cooper with a better hand. Pocket tens in the small blind. Both of these players have a lot of chips. The player to his left came into the final table as the chip leader, Scotty Smith. And Chong still has almost 2 million in her stack, enough to do some damage. He's going to raise it up here, though, to 700,000. Smith makes the fold. Nice laydown by Chong. Tough to play those middle pairs. With Cooper having so many chips, he can put maximum pressure on. She gets out of the way.
You're talking shit about me on there.
Doesn't want to go set mining.
No questions asked. Is it Joe? Is Joe back there?
Definitely clowning you.
For
then.
sure, 100% cloning shit out of me.
What else would they be doing?
Why wouldn't they?
Yeah.
We would never. Oh, 7-4, that's the one you should go with.
All
7-4 often gets there when I'm commentating.
right.
Folds all the way around to the blinds. Smith with an ace in the small blind. Reaching for some raising chips. Going to make it 350 to go.
Call.
Williamson makes the call. Just notched with the ace-7. Williamson came into day 2 with just one big blind. He said because of the rain, he was thinking about just staying home, but his daughter said, go have fun. And he says, it has been fun. Made the final table, starting the day with just one big blind in his bag. So big thanks to daughter Erica. Got Williamson all the way to the final table. And up a couple money jumps already.
Can you get a couple bottles of water cold? Thank you.
Smith checking the flop. Williamson betting 350. And he'll take it down without a fight here.
All in.
Bernett all in. 2 face cards
Mostly don't want to get
and
unlucky
10 big
here.
blinds. Trying to make something happen. Oh no, runs into it. Fred wakes up with ace-king of clubs. The Norseman eyeing his own stack and the stack next to him in the big blind. He's all in. Chong gets out of the way.
For sure. Yeah.
I'm live.
No,
Yeah, you
good.
get- you
That's
get
the
two
best case
live
scenario
cards.
after you get snapped.
Okay.
Put a
Robert
jig in the
Bernett
window.
at risk here, but as he
Jig it in
says,
the window and the turn, please.
got live
Just
cards.
to make sure.
Yeah.
So you saying like Jack 5 would be amazing?
Maybe you can flop top 2. Just put a 10 behind it.
I would rather just trips. No sweat's better.
Oh, king in the window.
Sweat.
Bad news for Bernett. He needs running
There
cards.
is no sweat. Not even a diamond. Yeah.
Well, 10.
You open it, you open it.
Nice hand.
Oh,
Guys.
trip kings and the check marks are going to go to
Killed it, buddy.
Fred, and unfortunately that will do it
That-
for
if you
Robert
reverse it,
Bernett.
made it more exciting, but I'm gonna stop complaining.
Came into this final table very short on chips and laddered up 2 spots. Be taking home over $6,000 today, $64.60 to be exact. A nice run for Robert as the Texas Poker Open continues. Now 6 players remain, 7,800 guaranteed, but all these players are gunning for that top spot, $39,280. I hear Robert's going to be playing the mixed game in the room right now, so I'm hoping that this ends quickly so I can go in there and get some of that final table money.
Five folds, 6 folds.
With 6 players remaining, average stack now 3.2 million. And blinds have increased to 75 and 125.
One fold.
Smith calls from the cutoff with Jack 10. Ross wakes up with King high. And we will see a flop. Ross with just 775,000 left in his stack. Hoping to catch something good here. He does get a piece of this one, but Smith with top pair takes the lead. We do apologize having some issues with the graphics here, but they are going to get that fixed a little later in the stream. Ross is going to go all in here and be at risk.
Damn, brutal, 'cause I was
Smith catching Jack with
Yeah, I
the
know.
Jack 10.
I tried to raise.
Just 14 hands in here and already 3 players down, and now Ross at risk, needs to catch a king or another deuce. Oh, there it is. Trip deuces, and now he's way out in front and really likely to double through Smith, who came into this table as our chip leader. This is going to take a good chunk of that. Deuce is full, just to twist the knife a little bit.
When did you like the run out?
Uh-huh.
At what point did you like the run out?
On the turn, felt pretty good.
All of it?
He meant to min raise, and I would have snap folded, but the blinds had just gone up, so he limped on accident.
Yeah.
And I was like, well,
Live
shit.
misclicks are the worst, bro.
I flopped a pair. It's got to be good. Ooh,
775.
thank you.
These for sale? I said they're for sale?
Yeah.
See what I can do.
This morning, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, you came in the
Turbo.
on the turbo, yeah.
A nice double there for Ross. That'll take some pressure off. He was down to less than 10 big blinds. Smith now looking down at Queen 10 suited in the hijack. We'll raise it up to 250. Williamson with Jack 8 suited, same suit. Gets out of the way, action folds around to the blinds. And Arrigo with an ace in the big blind gets to close the action for one more big blind. Makes the call, we will see a flop. Stack size is identical. Two hearts on board. A draw for Smith, ace high still in the lead. It's a coin flip. Arriga checks and Smith will bet a buck and a squirt. Check raise from Arriga to 350. Wow. All in with the draw is Smith. And this is really going to put the pressure on Arga here, who made a move with ace high. It's going to be really tough to make a call here. He does get out of the way. Nice move by Smith. Putting the pressure on in position. Knowing if he does get called, he still has a draw.
Coffee, give me heartburn. Coffee, give me a heartburn. You want eight? No way.
Ace king for Chong, raising it up to 300,000. Folds all the way through to the big blind, and Smith will not make the call. She's going to pick up a set of blinds and antes.
You got it. Discount.
Ace jack suited for Ross. Now has about 15 bigs. Doesn't have to get them all in there. He's going to raise it up to 275. Folds around to the big blind. Williamson looking down at ace queen suited. Out of position with this hand. Surely I would think there would be a raise coming.
I'm all in.
And it's a big one. All in. Putting Ross to the test. Ross will get out of the way. Good fold. Cooper opening this one up with ace-7 in the cutoff. He's got the chips to put the pressure on these smaller stacks. About 30% of the chips in play residing in Cooper's stack. Williamson in the small blind with an ace will make the call. He is out-kicked, and Chong gets in there with the flat tire. Jack-4 suited. Three ways to the flop. Checks around to Cooper in position. He's going to bet. Williamson makes the call. Ace-7 versus ace-4. We have a gut shot to Broadway versus Cooper's 7s. Appears the graphics are still one street behind. That was a 3 on the turn. Top, keeping the pressure on, betting 375, trying to get a little more value out of Williamson, who has one of the bigger stacks on this table. He does make the call, and unfortunately for him, catches a pair on the river.
I got a pair, but no 9. Gave it a 5. Got a 4.
Ace-7 will hold.
Get in.
And the rich get richer. Queen Jack suited for Arga opens it up to 300,000. Sitting at about 14 big blinds. Folds around to Ross. Very similar stack. Jack-8 suited. Makes the fold, and Arga picks up the blinds and antes. Folds all the way around to the blinds. Ross sitting at about 11 big blinds. Looks down at King-9.
I'm all in.
Pretty good hand, especially against one random opponent. He's going to get it all in, but Arga waking up with an ace. Might have to make the call here. Ross's shoving range is going to be pretty wide with just 11 bigs. That being said, it would leave Arga crippled if Ross somehow did have a better ace or a pair here. Arga does find the call with the ace high, and Ross is going to be at risk here, needing some help,
You're like the other guy last week.
or he will be eliminated in sixth place. He does have the shorter stack,
With the jacket? Every time he put the jacket on, he just won.
and just king high at the moment. All hearts on board, but nobody has a heart. Ace high still in the lead for Arga. Ross is going to need a king or a 9. Now picks up a gut shot to go along with that. King, 10, or 9
That's the best turn you could ask
to
for.
stay alive in this tournament. But it's a board pair, and the ace high will remain the best hand. Sri Arga taking down another pot. And unfortunately, we will be losing John Ross. Wants to say hi to his wife, Kristen, and kids, Elena and Maya. And a nice run there for Ross. He came into the final table as the shortest stack and laddered up 3 spots. We'll be taking home $7,800. Played great. Just ran into a better hand in the blinds there. And now, down to 5 players. Each player at this table guaranteed $9,770. That top spot again is $39,280. And with that player being eliminated, average stack going up to almost $4 million. Suited ace for Smith under the gun, raises it up. 275 is the number. Ace 7 of spades, looking really pretty 5-handed. And Arga still stacking chips from that last hand, which wakes up with a suited king in the small blind, but he will get out of the way. Cooper with 9-6 off. Giving it some thought. He has enough chips to peel one off there, but out of position and a pretty weak holding. Decides to wait for a better spot. Cooper sitting at almost double the average stack. Came into this final table as second in chips. He's far and away the leader right now. And on the button with 10s is Sri. He's going to raise it up to 300,000. Smith with a suited queen, giving it some thought. Players pretty deep now, almost 40 bigs as the average stack. Smith with around 25 or so. Decides he doesn't want to peel here with a suited queen, and I don't blame him. Plenty of chips there. No use throwing good money after bad.
Jack's a scuba diver.
Arga with king queen in the cutoff, raising it up here. Smith looking down at a suited ace tray in the small blind. And this is a hand 5-handed. I think you can raise with this hand pretty safely. And Arga has more chips than Smith, but Smith has plenty to work with. So he's going to raise it up here. 675. I like the play. Big blind gets out of the way, back on Arga.
It's got to be hilarious because he's sitting there laughing harder than you are. It's got to be hilarious.
And Arga will lay it down. Smith takes this one. 3-bet and take it.
It's actually fun.
Nice pickup pre-flop.
Six bet 250,000. 7 and 9 fold.
Cooper in the cutoff with Queen Jack suited, raising it up to 250. Chong in the big blind here with 5s and about 10 big blinds. She may just go with this here, starting with a pair. It's tough though when somebody opens, and Cooper has a ton of chips.
Holding. Holding.
She is going for it. All in. 1.325 total. In between 10 and 11 big blinds, like 10 and a half bigs there.
1,325,000.
There we go.
6 calls.
Cooper is making the call. 2 overcards suited. It's going to be a flip, but Chung is going to need some help here. She does have the shorter stack. She's going to have to fade this 5-card run out and hold up here
I won all of these today,
against
so
the
I don't
chip
really
leader.
think I have won all of these today. And I don't run like that.
Oh, a queen in the window. And now Chong needs to catch a 5 or running cards.
Stank on it, Mackenzie. Put some stank on it.
Ace is no help. She needs a 5 now on a river. There are only 2 left.
There's a good chance it was coming. There's like a 90% chance it's coming.
And a 7 of clubs will not help. And with that, Eunice
Way better than him.
will be eliminated in 5th place. But what a great run, and taking home almost $10,000. $9,770 going home with her today. And we are all of a sudden down to 4 players already. Everybody guaranteed 5 figures now. 4th place, $12,760. Thank you for joining us here tonight. Please give us a like and a subscribe if you haven't already done so, and hit that notification bell so you'll be notified whenever we put out great poker content here on Champions Poker Live. We do have our regular schedule coming back next week, starting with PLO with the Stallions on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. And then No Limit Hold'em games Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Wednesday will be a 10:25 No Limit Hold'em, 5:10 on Thursday, and 1-3 on Friday. Champions Poker Live. Join us. And come visit us here at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, right here in beautiful Houston, Texas. And if you like poker tournaments, we have a ton of them here at Champions. You can check Poker Atlas for the full schedule, but I do know we've got a tournament coming up tomorrow. $180 buy-in horse tournament, and I'll be playing in that. $180 gets you in. There's a $100 optional add-on at the close of registration. Super fun tournament if you like to play some mixed games. It's horse tomorrow.
He was not LaFleur, by the way.
All the traveling dealers that came here for the Poker Go Tour are getting their envelopes tomorrow, so it should be a big field full of dead money, including me.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Under the gun, ace-jack, huge hand, four-handed. Williamson opening this one up to 425. Cooper in the small blind has almost half the chips in play. Makes the fold.
Ricky the biker. Ricky the biker. I played with Ricky yesterday.
Cooper with king 6 on the button, raising it up to 250. Doing what the big stack is supposed to do, keep the pressure on, picks up another set of blinds.
Never. Never. Actually, I do talk a lot about you, but not here. Shit, I'm on stream. Damn, my wife's watching.
Cooper with a big ace under the gun, reaching for raising chips, making it 250 again. This time, Williamson something to defend in the small blind. King Jack. Looks like he's going to raise it back. King Jack, a really nice hand, four-handed. Unfortunately, he's run into it here. Cooper will be in position. And with the ace hand unlikely to fold, 725 is the bet. And Cooper's coming back over the top. 4-bet to 1.2 million. That's a third of Williamson's stack. Cooper keeping the pressure on and gets a fold pre-flop. Picks up almost 1 million chips.
I don't know who's laughing harder, you or her. I'm just sitting there laughing my ass off.
Without even a flop, which I believe is going to put him at half of the chips in play.
Oh, it's going to be you on that side? Okay.
Dealer change coming up. Mackenzie going out.
Oh, they're beautiful.
We are super lucky here at Champions Club to have some of the best dealers in the world working here on site and traveling to work these big poker tournaments that we put on. You should come visit us here if you haven't already. Champions Club is the only poker room in all of Texas that has a hotel on site. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South here in Houston, Texas. If you play in our cash room for 8 hours in a 24-hour period, you get a free room here at the hotel starting back up tomorrow. Play for 4 hours, get a $69 room rate. It's a great place to come stay and play, check things out.
For sure. I would expect nothing else. I'd be appalled if she didn't.
All right, we're at 75, 150, 150.
Yep, I got you.
Blinds have gone up 75, 150 now. What a great structure. 75, 125 level and then a 75, 150 level. They're just not missing any of the levels here. Plenty of play. Average stack 32 big blinds at the final table. Nobody really in an all-in or shove situation right now. Smith with ace-jack, beautiful hand, short-handed, raising it up to 350. And Williamson with a suited queen-9 on the button will make the call.
Haven't seen this yet.
Arga gets out of the way, 7-deuce. But it looks like we're going to see a three-way flop as Cooper makes the call. He's got a little pair going set mining, out of position. He's got the chips to do it, getting the right price. No set. Williamson takes the lead. Queen-9 going from third place to first place. Cooper checking the 5. Smith's going to c-bet the ace-jack. 350 the bet. And just a call from Williamson with the queen-9. No change on this turn card. The card that you're not seeing on the graphics is a queen. Williamson with queen-9 has the best of it. And he's going to jam it in here now. You got 1.2 million in the middle. He does have Smith covered. Smith will get out of the way. And Williamson will pick up 925,000 from that pot.
Flush draw? He'll show it later.
What? King queen for sure, bro. King queen for sure. 100%.
No, he's full.
Williamson gets out of the way. Arga with king jack on the button is going to raise it up to 350.
I don't want anyone to know how bad I play. You know? So
Cooper gets out of the way with the deuce tray. And Smith looking down at queen-5.
That's my guess, and that's what I have to go off of. So that's all I can do. Can't do anything else.
Going to pick a better spot. Cooper with the fives again. This time in position on the button. It's going to raise it up. Going to be a min raise. 300,000. Smith gets out of the way, and Williamson's going to find king queen.
Was it 300 he won? I call.
He's going to make the call and see a flop. Heads up we go. Cooper in position with the best of it right now, but Williamson with two nice looking overcards. Great hand, four-handed.
Yeah, you paid the blind.
And hits it. Kings for Williamson. And Cooper's going to c-bet. 225 is the number. I like the just call from Williamson here, disguising the strength of his hand. Now a scary card comes out for both players. Quick check from the Norseman. Cooper keeping the pressure on. It's 550. And Williamson with the call. Now we have a big pot brewing here. Over 2 million in the middle. King Queen will remain the best hand. Gets the check mark. Will Cooper find another bullet here? I don't think Williamson's going to fold unless it's a mighty big bet. And it looks like we're going to miss the end of that hand. They had to do a restart here, hopefully fixing the graphic issue there. And we've repositioned the players.
Sorry.
All good.
Keep it coming. 15 more.
Well, it looks to me like Williamson won that pot, obviously. See, he's got about 6.8 million there in his stack now. We took a quick break there. Hopefully this will fix the technical issues we were having with the graphics. This is the very next hand. This is hand number 34.
7 raised to 400. 3 folds.
I believe.
And 4 calls.
And we have a rematch.
4 checks.
Williamson, this time on the button. Ace queen and flops an ace.
I just can't get it right. I keep looking at the bottom one.
Oh, that's what it's going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seven folds. 3 folds. 4 folds.
And a walk for Smith.
25 more there, please. 150, 150.
Yep.
Give your mic on. Okay. Yeah. Three raises to 375,000. 4 folds, 6 folds,
Arga opens this one with King Jack,
and 7 folds.
and we'll pick up the blinds and antes. Any two face cards, a very strong hand, four-handed.
Thank you.
Four raises to 300,000. 6 folds. Can we get your cards one more time, please?
Cooper opens this one with a suited Queen 7. And Williamson looking down at Ace King, same suit, under the gun.
I'm all in.
Seat 7
And a
is all
big
in.
raise, all in. Oh my, Arga with Ace Jack suited right behind him. This is a monster four-handed. What a big laydown.
Dude hates to play poker, huh? All right.
I'm too scared,
Ace
man.
king, right? We know.
Yeah, of course. So just keep doing that. You gotta think I have ace king, all right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
That's
keep
good.
doing it. So for sure the 3 million would work.
Six folds. 7 folds. 3 folds.
And a walk for Cooper.
Excuse me.
Toss it over. I'd rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
The 4 of hearts got exposed. It's gonna get burned. My apologies.
No worries.
Seat 7 raises to 400.
Williamson opening to 4 1/4. King Queen offsuit under the gun. Folds around to the big blind.
425?
425, yes.
Smith getting pretty short here, about 12 big blinds. This would be a bad spot to pull the trigger. Dominated Queen 8. He does get out of the way.
Yes. being extra careful to make sure they land in the box. They're not getting into the cards.
Maybe the box, brother. But I'll try. I'll keep trying.
Okay.
I had a problem earlier.
Oh, okay. They need them both in there at the same time.
Oh, is that
Perfect.
really? Okay.
Yeah. 3 folds. 4 folds.
That makes sense. I was doing that earlier.
Thank you.
Folds around to the blind. Smith is going to call with 4-5.
Seven checks. Heads up.
Williamson checks his option, and we will see a flop. Both players connecting with their 5. Williamson with the better kicker. This could be trouble for Smith. It's hard to hit a pair. Williamson betting 4 1/4 after Smith checks. Smith would need to catch a second pair or running straight cards. This is a quarter of his stack to call.
Correct.
All in.
Seat
And
6
Smith
all in.
is all in.
How much more is it? 1.2. 1.2. $1.2 more, is that correct?
$1.2 more. That's right.
And Williamson just became the chip leader at the table about 6 hands ago. He decides to let go of this one. He was in great shape to eliminate a player. But of course, with middle pair, you can never be sure, and he gets out of the way. Nice play there by Smith. Putting the pressure on
Big
and
blind
stacking the chips.
Six folds. I'm sorry, that's 4 folds.
Smith waking up with a pair here on the button, but it's the worst possible pair. Couple of ducks, and he's going to get him in there. All in with the deuces. Picks up the blinds and antes.
Six folds.
Williamson doing what the big stack should be doing, putting the pressure on, raising it up. 350 to go, 10 deuce suited. Cooper with a monster, 7-4 suited, makes the call, the big blind. Huge favorite against any hand.
Heads up.
7-4 gets there. Bottom pair for
Forward check.
Cooper, takes the lead.
Correct.
Williamson's going to keep the pressure on, though. Nope, he balks.
7 checks.
Ace and a king on the board, 7-4, still boss.
Check. 7
Checks it,
bets.
and now Williamson bets. 350. Cooper making the call. And another safe card for Cooper, 7-4. Does in fact get there. Let's see
4 checks, 7
if Williamson
checks. Showdown,
continues
please.
with the pressure. He does not. 7-4, gonna stack these chips. And Cooper retakes the lead. 7 million going into his stack now. Williamson just behind him at 6.7 million.
This is boring since you guys stopped all the jokes. Like, this is like terribly boring.
You're
I'm,
getting tired.
I'm ready to go home.
You're getting tired. You're ready to go home, huh?
Huh? I see that. I see. I can tell. I can tell. I can tell.
7 raises to 400,000.
Williamson opening up under the gun, Jack 10, makes it 400,000 to go. Arga just notched, Jack 9 makes the call on the button.
4 folds.
Will be in position, but dominated by Williamson's Jack 10. Smith, however, in the big blind with an ace.
Gotta be hilarious. We're talking about the men's pecker. Thomas. Chesney, we're talking about the men's pecker.
Smith getting out of the way. Not liking his kicker with a raise and a caller.
I just said it. You're talking about the men's pecker.
Heads up.
All baby cards on board.
7
Jack
checks.
10 still in the lead. Williamson checking. Goes check, check, and then a 9 comes off on the turn. Arga takes the lead. Hitting is only out to do so, and he will bet now 500,000.
Thank you.
And Williamson gets out of the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, the stream would be much more entertaining if you just let Mackenzie sit right there next to us and let her talk and him talk while the game's going on. I swear you'd have 18 million viewers. I don't even know what's going on. I'm laughing my ass off. Best show on the internet.
Three folds. 4 folds. 6 folds.
A walk for Williamson.
All right, we're up to 1, 2, and 2 now. 1, 2, and 2.
Blinds are up. Pressure is up. 1, 2, and 2 now.
Called you guys out. called you guys out on this.
With 4 players remaining, average stack just under 5 million, or about 24 big blinds. But most of the chips are sitting in 2 of the stacks here. Cooper and Williamson with about 13 million of the 19.7 in play. And Cooper waking up with a pair will raise it to 400,000. Williamson makes the call with King 10. 2 big stacks battling it out. Arga is going to get in there with 9-10. Closing the action in the big blind. We'll have 3 players going to this flop. Cooper ahead with a pair, but it's all over cards in the other 2 hands. The 8s do remain the best hand, though. Flop is 3 deuce deuce. And Cooper reaching for chips. He's going to see bet 450.
450,000. 7 folds. 3 folds.
Gets 2 folds and will pick up another million
Right,
chips.
That is ridiculous. What are you doing with that thing, buddy? What do you feed it? He knows what's going on too. That's the funny part. The Zohan. It's the Zohan.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Buddy, listen to me. This should be after hours. This
Stop,
show.
dog.
Take it.
Stop.
What you gotta do? This is like an after hours show.
God.
Christ, we got the Persian Johnny Sins in town.
Oh shit, bro.
Congratulations, sir.
Funniest thing I've ever heard you say. Funniest thing I've ever heard you say.
Congratulations.
Oh my god.
7 raises to 450,000.
Williamson with 9-10 on the button, applying pressure. Makes it 450 to go. Folds around to the big blind of Cooper. 2 aces. Going to raise it up to what appears to be 1.3 million. Might have gone a little too big here, but
1.3.
Williamson is in position. Gets out of the way. Big sigh from Cooper there. Wanted some action with that hand.
Victor, be careful. This guy's a great sport. Love the dude. No, sir. We need something else under control. It's not the floor. Hey, Dave, be careful not to trip when you're walking around, bro.
7 raises to 450,000.
Williamson raising it up again, this time with the goods. 450,000 is the bet. Action folds around to Smith in the big blind. Getting short on chips now, just over 10 big blinds. But with deuce 4 suited, might want to wait for a better spot. He decides to call here. I guess you figure your cards are definitely live.
The air conditioner, you can't have it off and you can't have it on. It makes no sense.
Smith, no stranger to final tables. He's got 600,000 in earnings. He's got a wife and 2 beautiful girls at home. Wanted to say hi to them. Top 2 for Williamson.
7 bets, 400,000, 6 folds.
C-bets 400 and a fold out of Smith.
Like, do you have any idea what's going on with these jokes? Like, you have like an idea, right?
I have
What
no
these jokes are
idea
about?
what's
Okay.
going on,
No, what the jokes are going on, you have no idea? You hilarious. Yeah,
3
no.
folds, 4 folds. and 6 folds.
And Williamson gets a walk
No,
this
it's bad,
time.
Billy.
Get another quarter.
She's on the joke too. I guarantee the same joke. It has to be that she yeah, 100% she's on it. She's on it. She's on it.
4 folds.
Hey, find that picture girl again. Give us a couple photos.
6.
I'm gonna put it over my mantle. Yes, kids, I saw it in real life.
7 calls.
I saw it in person.
3 raises.
Heard about it. Hell, I saw it.
3 raises.
I witnessed it.
And 7 folds.
Williamson limping in the small blind, getting raised from Arga. In the big blind with ace-9. Huge hand for Smith. Ace queen under the gun, less than 10 big blinds. He's going to get it in there. 1.75 is the number. Williamson on the button with Jack 10.
7
Giving it
folds.
some thought, but gets out of the way.
Like $1.5 million roughly? Just roughly.
More.
More? Okay. It's closer to 2. Good hands, sir.
4 folds.
Folds all the way around. 2 Jack 10s among the 4 hands. Both fold.
Why? Why? Should be on a 13-inch delay. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. It's a blessing and a curse. I mean, the dude's hunchback for a reason. We don't know. Oh, listen to me. I'm well aware. I'm well aware.
3 folds. Four raises to 600.
Big raise to 600,000 from the small blind after it folds around to the blinds, and now Smith waking up with King Jack.
All in.
Less than 10 bigs, gets it in again. And Cooper asking for a count here. Four-handed, either one of these hands is good, but you want to be the raiser, not the caller in a spot like this. Cooper might find a laydown. This is a significant percentage of his stack here. And Queen 10 may not be good enough for a call. Certainly good enough for a raise, heads up. Doing the math, looking at his own stack.
Hoping to God you have ace king.
He does make the call. He does have two live cards. Smith in the lead, looking to double up through Cooper and put some life back into this tournament for him.
Queen 10, king jack.
Now Smith is out in front here, but he does have the shorter stack, so he will need to hold. And so far, so good. King high, still in the lead. Now a 4 will make a chop. Just needs to fade that 4, a queen or a 10 on the river. And he picks up a pair on the river and stays in the lead. Doubles up through Cooper. Chipping up to over 4 million. And that's got to feel good after having only 10 big blinds for the last couple of orbits. Doubles up now to over 20 big blinds. And now he's got some chips to play with. Smith came into this final table as the chip leader with 4.3 million. Now after that pot, almost back up to that number. 4.2 million, I believe, is where he's going to be sitting now. But more importantly, taking a big chunk out of Cooper's stack. And that's going to leave Williamson in the top spot, chip-wise.
To 500,000. 4 folds.
Arga with a suited 1-gapper under the gun, raising it up to $500,000. Action folds around to Williamson. Jack 9 in the big blind. Gets to see a flop.
Heads up.
2 kings on board. Jack 9 still in the lead.
Both players check.
And a 3rd king.
7 bets 450,000. 3 folds.
And a bet and take it from Williamson there with the best hand, Jack high. Cooper with kings. Monster hand.
500,000.
Raising it to 500,000. Standard opening. Hoping to get some action this time. Williamson with Jack 10 suited. Might be a taker here. Chip stacks getting closer together, but Williamson still in the lead on this table. Arga, our short stack here, at about 12 big blinds. He's going to make the call with 9-8 suited, or 9-8 offsuit rather. Cooper in a great spot here. 3 ways in position with kings.
7 checks.
And Arga hits top pair and jams it in. Bad news for him. Cooper definitely going to call here. And Arga's going to need some help.
0.8, 2,050,000.
50,000.
I call.
Keep 4 folds.
Man, I gotta dodge diamonds, I guess.
7 folds.
Williamson gets out of the way, and we are heads up now going to the turn. Arga with pair of 8s, needing some help. Cooper does have the larger stack and the better hand.
I hate it.
Looking to pick up another 8, perhaps a 9,
Hold it one time, buddy. Hold it
or
one
he will
time.
be eliminated in 4th place.
I knew it. I swear to God, I knew it. So obvious.
Oh no.
8 of spades.
Life story, man.
It appears the
Open
8
jam,
of
please.
spades has come out on the river, and triple 8s now for Arga. Cracking the kings of Cooper, and now it will be Cooper with the shortest stack on the table.
50,000 more.
Robert's 450 more.
No such thing as a hold, huh? Never existed.
Got the money in good. Just didn't work out this time, and Arga now feeling much better, going from 10 big blinds, doubling up. Both of the short stacks have been doubled up in the last orbit. Stacks much more even now.
When do my 80-20s ever hold? Like when? When does that start to happen? No such thing.
Six folds.
Williamson, Jack 10 again. Raising it up
7
to
raises
450.
450,000. 3 folds.
Cooper is the short stack now, but still plenty of chips to work with. 15 big blinds. Makes the call with the suited jack in the big blind, closing the action, and he is dominated here, needing some help, and gets some. Hits the 3 on the flop, takes the lead. Checks it over.
7 bets, 650,000.
Big bet from Williamson here. Over half the pot. Cooper did flop a tray there. It looks like we're having the same issue with the graphics again. Action is still showing pre-flop on the graphics, but there is a flop out there. Cooper took the lead. The pressure of the big stack getting a fold out of Cooper, though, and collecting the pot.
What a difference, man. Ugh.
You can feel the frustration.
I didn't talk like you had.
I know you
there
didn't think that.
because,
You didn't think. You just know you had a 9.
Yeah, you were
You
playing
didn't-
many mixed hands there.
Yeah. You didn't think anybody had anything. You just knew you had a pair. I get it. I love it. But
I just got lucky.
no, it's good.
100 for the small blind, please. Thank you. Seven folds.
This time it's Arga on the button with Jack 10. He's going to raise it up to 400,000.
I think I just tournament ends for you. Ready?
4 folds.
I end up jamming into him with ace queen, and he's got to beat.
Smith waking up with an ace in the big blind. Looks like he's stacking some raising chips here.
1.1.
He is making a 1.1 million.
Three folds.
And the re-raise will get the job done. No flop necessary. Smith collecting an extra $500,000.
Three folds. Four raises to 400,000. 6 folds.
Cooper with 5s on the button opens to 400,000. Williamson with the suited queen 8
7 calls.
gives it some thought, makes the call.
Heads up. 7 checks.
Set of 5s for Cooper. Might want to go small here.
5,000.
Let Williamson
200,000.
catch something.
Seven calls.
He does go small. 2 1/4 gets the call.
Seven checks.
And now Williamson catching a pair. Great news for Cooper. Might be able to get some value out of this from the chip leader. 1.5 in the middle. He's got 2 million left in his stack.
All in.
Jams it all in there. Now there is an ace on board. Williamson might be worried about that, but turning that 8 has got to feel good. Williamson gets out of the way. Great fold by Williamson after catching a pair there on the turn. Pretty wet board though. Stack sizes are going to be very even after that hand. I don't even know who's in the lead now. It's going to be very close among all 4 players. Looks like Cooper's still
4 raises to 420,000.
possibly the shortest with 3.6 million, but he's going to raise it up to 4 1/4 here. Smith folding the button, 7-4, big mistake. Folds around to the big blind of Arga. He's got suited cards, 9-4, he makes the call. Going heads up to the flop here. Cooper in position, has the best of it right now.
Heads up. 3 checks.
But Arga connects to the flop. Second pair takes the lead.
4 bits, 300.
300,000 the bet from Cooper.
3 checks.
Check, check on the turn.
Bets, 500,000.
And Arga leading out here for 500,000. Again, we apologize on the graphical issue here. Arga does have the best of this one. There is a 9 on the board.
Fold.
Cooper makes the fold. And a good fold it was. Queen high, no good on this particular one.
Six folds. 7 folds. 3 folds.
A walk for Cooper.
Seven folds. 3 folds.
Folds around to the blinds. Cooper finds king jack suited in the small blind, raises it up. $500,000 to go, and Smith with an ace behind him, ace 6 offsuit. Any ace a monster four-handed.
Make a tight fold for some reason.
Facing a raise of $500,000. Smith gets out of the way. Nicely played, Cooper. He's going to show it.
Good equity against my hand.
Like A7 or something? A7, A6.
Something like that.
Alright. Do you hear me, Kenzie? Alright.
I didn't think you were full.
Mackenzie was.
Dealer change coming up here. Blinds will be going up as we continue the final tournament in the Poker Go Tours Texas Poker Open here at Champions Club. Come visit us at Champions Club, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South in Houston, Texas. Great place to stay and play. We're the only poker club in Texas that has a hotel on site. Play in our cash room for 8 hours in a 24-hour period. You get yourself a free room. Play for 4 hours, get a $69 room rate. A bunch of other great promos going on in the room as well. We got high hands in the morning. We got high hands in the evening.
Well, you can't ask for more. You get them in like that good and just.
And if tournaments are more your thing, we got tournaments all the time, including one tomorrow, Mixed Mayhem Monday. Horse tournament tomorrow, 180 buy-in, 5K guaranteed. I'll be playing in that tomorrow. Should be super fun. That's a 180 buy-in with a $100 add-on after registration closes. 125, 250 are the blinds now. They have gone up, and Cooper with sixes on the dealer button. Raising it up to 500,000. Williamson looking down at 10-8 in the big blind. Gives it some thought. Looks like he's thinking about a call here, stacking up some calling chips and fiddling with them a little bit. He does put them in, and we'll see a flop. Williamson not in as bad a shape as he thinks with the two overcards. It's basically a flip. Cooper in position and in the lead, though. And look at this, all Broadway cards on board. This is a good flop for Cooper to bet here with having raised pre-flop. Williamson checks. Cooper checks back. I think this might be a bad decision. Another heart comes off. Williamson with a pretty good heart draw now and a gut shot to Broadway. Probably not going to go anywhere in this hand. Check, check again, and the sixes will hold. Let's see if Williamson takes a stab at this. There is an ace on the river. You're not seeing it on your graphics, but we have gotten to the river. No. Williamson checks, and sixes will collect this pot for Cooper. Suited ace wheel card for Cooper. The solver says raise it up, and so he does. 550 is the number. Ace 10 suited for Smith. On the dealer button, ace 10 is a monster four-handed and in position as well. Let's see how Smith decides to handle this. Looks like he's stacking up a raise of 1.2 million.
1.2.
6 raised to 1,200,000. 7 fold. 3 folds.
That'll
You
get
ain't ever getting
Williamson to
later
fold.
than that. Ever, ever, ever. I'm just gonna fold. Ever.
Folds around, and a nice pickup with no flop there for Smith.
6 months.
Cooper showing that he's folding a suited ace in that spot.
Jam him. I think it was ace jack, ace queen. You would have jammed him. Ace king. I think it was two. I think it was kings. Looks like kings to me, bro. Go ahead.
That's not how that works.
What? Oh, okay.
Sorry. Six volts.
King 9 on the button for Williamson. Raising it up. 550 or 650?
Raises to 650,000.
650. Big raise.
Three folds.
Gets Arga to lay down a bigger king. Nicely done, Williamson.
7 wins. Seven folds. Three folds. Four folds. Three raises to 550,000. Four folds.
Two kings for Smith.
200,000.
And facing a raise from Arga is going to 3-bet it to 1.2. We've seen this number already. Arga not believing it this time. He's going to make the call with Jack 9. He is in position. Smith with the much better hand here. And a sizable pot already with no flop. No pair for Arga. Kings way out in front now. Huge favorite.
Six bets. 650,000.
Leads out for 650 and a quick fold from Arga.
Can we chop?
What did I have? 250 each? Oh, I'm small. Yes, you're right. Thank you.
What do you guys say?
You guys bust me when you guys can chop.
I just want to play.
Yeah, you guys bust me when you guys can chop.
Well, that's the first mention of the word chop we've heard, but no talk about it at all. Let's just play. Stacks are relatively even at this point. They were pretty lopsided coming in. We had 4 really short stacks and 3 really big stacks at the start of this final table.
7 folds.
Everybody here guaranteed at least $12,000, but first place is $39,280.
Both of them. Don't even worry about them. They're the back burner for now. Fuck them. No, I never pay interest, ever. Not a penny.
Smith with an ace under the gun, reaching for razors. Makes it 550. And folds around to the big blind. Cooper with a baby suited connector will not defend. Williamson 10-7 suited, reaching for chips. Gonna raise it up to 550,000. Sorry, 625 is the number. Suited King 9 on the dealer button for Arga. Just gonna call, and now Cooper with ace queen. All in. It's gonna pick up a lot of chips here. If these players fold, over $1 million out there. Williamson gets out of the way. Will Arga defend with King 9 suited? He does make the call. Cooper in great shape here with ace queen
How do I win this one?
against King 9 suited.
How do I win this one?
Cooper does have the shorter stack, needs to hold here or he will be eliminated in 4th place, but either way, one of these players is going to be crippled. If Arga loses this one, he's going to be down to less than 2 big blinds. Ace and queen on the flop, but also a 9. There is a sweat. Cooper in great shape here to double up, though.
Ooh, that looked like it though, didn't it?
Yeah.
Big favorite now. Only a 9 will help Arga.
The diamond variety.
And Cooper does double up. And with that pot, I believe, becomes the chip leader again. And now Arga crippled down to less than 2 big blinds. Mackenzie making sure that those numbers are correct. It's going to be very close, obviously.
It's way easier to count if you stop giggling. You're like a 12-year-old little girl in school. He's the funniest guy in the world. You got it. 3.2, bro. Thank you, beautiful.
Huge turnaround for Cooper.
I'm taking him drinking after this because he's going to make my ass laugh, for sure.
Great timing, waking up with a real monster after a raise and a call. Already $1 million in the pot. Gets it in good, and this time it holds. And now Arga is going to have to find a hand, this hand or the next one. Down to just a few chips. I think in this circumstance, you want to try to get your chips in now so that you're not putting half your chips in as the ante. And yes, just about any 2 cards going to get him in. But he wakes up with a real hand anyway. King, queen. Good shot to triple up here. Cooper making the call. Sorry, Cooper folds. Smith making the call from the small blind. And Williamson getting in there also. 3 ways to the flop we go. 1 player all in. And Williamson flopping a pair, taking the lead. Will bet out.
Yeah, we like that one. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way.
Yeah.
Ain't no way, buddy.
10-7.
No.
Yeah, strange bet there with middle pair against an all-in player. But Williamson wants to get it heads up, and he does. Queen on the river keeps Arga alive. Goes from less than 2 big blinds
Give it a hell of a shot.
to 1.3 million back in the game. He's going to have to put a big percentage of that in here now as the big blind.
Who the hell put that chop number up there? Was that you? Guess you want to go home, huh? Please, God, let me go home.
Folds around to the blinds. Williamson looking down at a king in the small blind, and he's going to put the pressure on the short stack. Raising big enough to put Arga all in, and Arga will make the call. Jack 6, but he was already in there for a significant percentage of his
You're in good
stack.
shape, buddy. No, you're in good
Pretty much
shape.
have to call with 82
not in bad
cards,
shape.
and he does have 2 live ones. King high still good. Arga needs some help here. A jack or a 6. Running clubs. No club. He needs a jack or a 6 now on the river.
He hit a bunch of rivers tonight. We're going to see what happens in this one. He hit a shitload of rivers. Hey, brother.
But he will not hit this river. King high turns into a pair of deuces for Williamson, and Arga will be going home in 4th place, but a 5-figure score, $12,760 for his efforts here today. Played great, and now we're down to 3 players. 3rd place guaranteed $17,460, $27,080 for 2nd, and the top spot will get that beautiful silver belt buckle trophy and $39,280, down to 3. Dead small blind this time. Single big blind, and Smith under the gun with king queen will make it 550. Williamson on the button with an ace and a tray. And makes the call. Cooper now with the suited 1-gapper gets to close the action. See a cheap flop. 3 ways. First hand of 3-player left at the table here, and everybody's going to see the flop. Ace high still good, and picking up a gut shot to a wheel to go along with it. Checks around to Williamson, and he will fire 650. he'll pick that one up. Chip stack's very close, three-handed.
No, I'm small. Oh yeah, I did, but you're. C3? This one? Okay, I got you. I got you, brother.
Can I start scanning here? Can I move over and start scanning here? Don't worry about it.
Box 6 was moved to box 5.
Nah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll put that there.
Man, these bathroom breaks are hard to come by.
Dead button.
Yeah.
Hold on. I still need that out there. Can't take it back.
Huh?
I still need it.
I thought I put it out there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just gave
Oh,
it
you
back.
guys moved. I'm so sorry. I don't know what the hell's going on. Delirious.
Oh, he did move you to seat 5.
Okay.
Seven folds.
Cooper opens for 500,000, 8-7 on the button. Williamson with a pair in the big blind.
1.5.
Pocket sixes, raising it up to 1.5 million.
Well, we know it's not ace-king, right? I think it's even better than ace-king. Next hand.
Cooper gets out of the way.
Time coming up?
33 minutes.
45 seconds?
33 minutes.
Folds around to the blinds. Williamson just calls. 7-8. Cooper checks his option. 5-6. Heads up we go to the flop. 7-4 gets there. Williamson makes a pair. Cooper open-ended. Williamson checks and Cooper's going to bet. 275 is the number, and it looks like a check raise from Williamson. Raises to 675.
Can't understand how many chips he has. It's just, I can't make sense of it. Sorry. Give me a minute to try and figure something out. I love a strategy, not let people know how many chips you have. Awesome strategy.
Well, it's right here.
No, I know, but I can't. Trying to figure it out. Okay. I call.
Call 675,000.
Cooper will make the call with the open-ender. We'll go to the turn. And Cooper now with a pair going along with his straight draw. That makes 3 hearts on board. Nobody has a heart, but that's a scary card for both players probably. Williamson with the better hand here. Pair of sevens and a gut shot. Cooper with sixes. Well, 7-4 really gets there. Triple sevens now for Williamson. For those of you who missed it earlier in the stream, Williamson came back today, day 2, with 1 big blind. He was just going to skip it, and his daughter told him, go play and have fun. And he said, it has been fun. Well, I would think so. Now at the final table, just 3 players left from 1 big blind. And now betting 1 million with the best of it. And Cooper makes a good lay down, gets out of the way. Williamson now definitely the chip leader at 8.5 million. Cooper just behind him, 7.4.
Like 3-9 of hearts. Close.
Would it be good?
Close. 3-9 of hearts. That's what I get out of that.
You'll see it.
Good. Should give me a second.
Williamson still stacking chips, looking down at Jack 10 on the button.
650.
Gonna raise it up to 650. And folds to the big blind of Smith. About 10 big blinds left in his stack. He will make the call. Has the best of it with Queen 9 to start. But Williamson trips again. This time trips 10s. And checks it back. Sneaky, sneaky. A gut shot now for Smith. But if he catches it, it fills Williamson up. Smith drawing dead and reaching for chips. Bets 550,000.
$1.5.
Williamson makes a raise to 1.5 and a quick fold from Smith. Smith down to 2.3 million now. Blinds at 150,300. Got about 7.5 big blinds remaining in his stacks. Got to find some way to turn things around in the next orbit or two. In the small blind right now.
Yep, I just gotta get stuff out of here.
And a walk for Williamson.
Next time, don't do that, please. I gotta count the chips.
Okay.
Smith on the button, suited ace-6. This looks like the one to get the chips in with. All in is announced. Williamson gets out of the way. Cooper asking for a count. He has the same suit, 8-7 suited.
Like 2.1, 2.2, something like that.
That's good. That's good, McKenna. That's good, Smith.
Cooper decides to get out of the way. If you're out there watching, we do appreciate you. Please give us a like and a subscribe. Hit that notification bell so you'll be aware of all of our great streams here at Champions Poker Live. We've got cash games coming back this week. Tuesday, 7 p.m. will be PLO with the Stallions. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, No Limit Hold'em streams, 7 p.m. Central Time each day. Come on back and watch. Folds to the blinds, and Cooper all in
Awesome.
with queen high. Quick call from Smith with 5s. And Smith in good shape here to double up through Cooper now. Cooper knew that Smith was going to jam with almost any two cards, was trying to get a fold out of weaker holdings by being the one to be aggressive. The fives are looking strong to hold up here. Cooper with only one overcard.
Damn, he made it sweat at least.
Just needs to dodge a queen. And a nice double up for Smith now. Take a little pressure off. Puts him back up to over 5 million. And now Cooper down at the bottom of the pack at 4 million chips. Still has over 10 big blinds. Plenty to work with.
Too big. It's 600 grand. I can't leave it there. 600 grand. I can't leave it there. I gotta go for it.
Cooper all in on the button, ace 5.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apologies.
Ace king.
No, I would have slow played that one. This is way worse than ace king.
Can't be worse than that.
Gets folds and picks up the blinds and antes. Williamson went from one big blind at the beginning of the day to half the chips in play right now.
Get the drinks ready. I don't see me coming out of this one. I want the cash. So give it to Chase.
Smith gets out of the way. King high for Williamson in the small blind. Three-handed. Probably a hand that you can raise with. He's just going to limp in. Cooper with the Choctaw nuts, jamming it all in. Jack deuce stealing that big blind. Or that limp in, rather. Cooper getting aggressive, trying to get those chips back. Two black aces for Williamson on the button. He's got half the chips in play already. Doesn't seem fair to get a monster like that in position. He's going to raise it up. $650,000 is the number. Cooper with a little connector in the small blind. Looks like he really wants to play this. Thinks about it for a while and then gets out of the way. Smith with queen 9 in the big blind. looks like he wants to play too. He's going to make the call. And heads up we go to the flop. Every pot is a big one now. 1.75 in the middle. Cooper lucky he folded there, would have caught a piece of that one. Smith checks, 2 overcards to the board. Williamson's aces still in the lead, and he's going to bet 700,000.
Hey, Anthony. Oh, what's it called? The one I drink. I forgot the name of it. No, not Jameson. No. What for reserve? Sing on a big rock. Yeah, give me one, please.
Woodford Reserve announced.
It's time, David. I've been a gentleman all day.
Time to have a sip of whiskey, says Cooper. Williamson takes this one down with the bet. Smith did give it some thought there with the 2 overcards, but a good laydown. We know.
Played well today. I had 2 big mistakes.
Cooper with 8-9 on the button, gets out of the way. Smith limping in with Queen 8.
Oh my God.
And Williamson checks. The Brunson, heads up we go to the flop.
Maybe if I can get first.
2 kings on board. No help to either player. Smith checks, and Williamson quickly betting 300,000. The minimum. Smith makes the call.
What do you think he used to shoot?
No change on the turn. 5 of diamonds helps no one. Queen high still good. It goes check, check. And Williamson makes a pair on the river and will get it. Shows the good, and the rich gets richer. Almost 11 million in Williamson's stack now out of the 19.7 in play.
They need a cooler, but my way. All right.
I can promise you.
There she is. There's my girl. Get on the tab.
That's how bad that was.
Really?
Horrible.
I didn't look for afterwards. I had Queen 10.
Yeah.
Guys, the longest 30 minutes of my life.
Williamson folds the button. Cooper has 4-6 in the small blind. He's going to raise it up, putting the pressure on the big blind. Makes it 800,000 and takes down the blind and ante as Smith folds 10 deuce.
Bro, why'd you put that thing? Thomas, you just pulled it. Watch what you're doing with that thing. Pretty good.
Seems like the whiskey is working. Somebody's having fun at this table. A walk for Williamson.
They should, listen, all I'm saying, hey, listen, with something like that, you should have to get like a license for it. You should have like a safety training, or something. Gosh. Terrible.
Smith down to 10 big blinds, looking down at a suited connector, knowing he's going to have to put 2 of those big blinds in next hand. Hates to fold, but he gets out of the way. Williamson with king-9 suited. Probably going to raise this one up. Just calls. Interesting. That's a pretty big hand, 3-handed. Blind versus blind. Being sneaky. Cooper checks it back. We'll see a flop. Swing and a miss for both players. King-9 still in the lead. Check, check. And ace of diamonds now. $400,000 to bet from Cooper. Trying to steal this one with the 9 high. And now Williamson will lead out. Must have gotten some kind of read there, or just non-believer. Leads out and takes the pot with king high.
Okay.
Sick part is I think you had a 5 in your hand.
You'll see it later.
Huh?
You'll see it later.
I'm not gonna look at anything, my friend.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna look at anything. It doesn't matter. You guys are dead.
And a walks for Smith now. Short stack in the big blind. He did wake up with an ace, though. Probably
Imagine how many Vicodins a day this guy
good thing
takes.
for those other players. He
Thomas,
probably would have got it in there with
Can you
that.
imagine how many Vicodins a day he takes for his back pain? I thought he's looking at the camera, Thomas. He's looking at the camera, too. That's how.
Cooper with king-6 on the button, raising it up, 525. Oh, it must be 625. And steals the blinds and antes with the best hand.
I gave it my best, Tom. I gave it my best. I did my best. I did my best.
Monster for Smith. Dealer button. Ace queen. Down to 10 bigs. Gets them all in. Williamson folding the small blind. Oh, and Cooper wakes up with jacks. We are definitely going to see a flop here.
All right, brother. Been meeting you all night.
Wow. What a
All right, we're all in, guys. Jack
Smith.
against ace queen.
What a clash.
With a monster, but it's
The ones that are
behind the jacks of Cooper
Only way I
right
lose is jack
now.
on the flop.
Smith
That's the only way I
does
lose.
have the shorter stack. He's going to need some help here, or he will be facing elimination.
spades.
Running spades, or an ace, or a queen. Or Smith will be eliminated in third place.
This is a $10,000 river, gentlemen.
Needs to catch an ace or a queen
Those are
now.
for you guys. Hold it, Mackenzie. King.
Oh, an ace on the river.
Every time, guys.
And Cooper
It's every time.
loses with the best of it yet again. Smith will be doubling up here
that's- like, I
and
can't
now
play
have
that anymore. I hope it's
6.5
just
million.
covered.
Cooper will be at
I wish you did, man. I
less
can't
than
put up
2
with it.
million in chips now.
It's enough. I did enough for this today.
About 6.5 big
Just so
blinds.
disheartening, man. Just so disheartening. Like, you can only take, like, one guy can only take so much of this.
950.
Kings earlier, man rips it into me with a 9. 8-9. It hits an 8 again. Like, I'm just tired of it. Never ends. Okay. Never ending, Tom. $10,000 river card that was. Never ends. Good hand. Hand plays itself. Okay.
Good hand.
Button's right.
Button right.
I know, I just went all in before anybody acted.
You're right. My bad. Sorry. I thought I moved it. I felt like I did.
Could have used that one, man.
Seven cents.
Let me.
Frustrating spot for Cooper. Now has to find a hand in the next couple of hands here with about 6.5 big blinds.
Fuck, you give me that hand with 6 big blinds. Again.
3 cents.
Mm.
7-4 suited for Smith.
5 cents. 3 cents.
So rigged, man.
That's a call.
Huh?
6
Limps in there. Lets Williamson
Heads up.
check his option.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's the third time that happened.
And a 9 in the window.
No. Thomas, the man
No
jammed
good
into
for
the edge
Smith.
hand.
He
The man
does
had
hit a
8.
piece of this one
He
as
hit an 8
well.
river.
Williamson's best hand gets better.
Doesn't matter, man. It should have been ended a long time ago. It's never ending, man. All in. You don't want to count my chips before you fold?
Wow, Williamson limping in with Queen
I will
8 and
regret
then
it as soon as I
folding
heard
to
him
the
hit
all-in of
quick,
Cooper,
Should have just mucked it.
giving him a gift. Williamson on the button with 2 red 5s. Raises it up to 800,000, and we'll take down the blinds and antes with that one. No flop necessary. With almost 12 million of the 19.7 in play, Fred is dominating. And Cooper again looking to make something happen here with less than 10 big blinds in his stack. And this will be a hand that probably gets those chips in the middle.
3 raises to 1.95.
All in for 1.95 million.
Not call.
And a call from Williamson. 5s again. And the 5s of Williamson are currently in the lead. Cooper will need to catch an ace or a 10 here or get some other kind of help, or he will be eliminated in 3rd place. Needs running Broadway cards or to hit that ace or 10. And now it's an ace or a 10 only, or pair the board again. No. The 5s will hold, and unfortunately for Cooper, he will be eliminated in 3rd place.
And is it on, okay.
But he will not be leaving empty-handed. $17,460 going to Cooper, and now we are heads up. These players are playing for $39,280 and that beautiful silver belt buckle for the Poker Go Tour's Texas Poker Open. The first time Poker Go has left Vegas and come to Texas. And what a successful event it has been. Over 2.2 million in our main event, and this is the final event of that series. And one of these two players will be taking home that belt buckle and $39,280. Williamson with a massive chip advantage right now. And the plaques have come out. Those purple plaques that you see are worth 500,000 each. The white chips are 100,000 and the green ones are 25,000. Williamson getting all situated here as heads up play starts. This is the first hand of heads up play. I believe blinds have gone up to 200 and 400,000.
Option.
All in.
Players all in.
Smith all in, very first hand of heads up play, ace six suited.
And 6 votes.
And Williamson will not call with the 9 high. Williamson has over twice as many chips as Smith. Smith has some work to do here. He needs to double up to take the lead. Smith came into this final table as the chip leader, and he has made it to heads up. Williamson started the final table with about 2 million in chips, right at average stack for that time. But he started the day with 1 big blind. Pretty good story if he ends up winning this event. He almost didn't come today because of the rain and only having 1 big blind in his bag. He figured, well, I'll just go later and pick up my min cash. But his daughter told him, come on out and play, have some fun.
2 million.
6 raises to
What a great story that would be.
4 folds.
Nine.
6 raises.
Williamson raising it up with the Brunson, keeping the pressure on the shorter stack. Smith, though, with the suited king, unlikely to go anywhere. But this raise, 20% of his chips. Suited king 5, you might just push back. And he
C4
does.
raises to 2.6 million.
2.6 million, the new number. And Smith will take it down. Getting almost 1 million chips without a flop.
Can you keep your plaques out in the front, please? Thank you.
Smith with an ace again.
1 million.
Raising it up to 1 million. Williamson with a suited 7 tray will make the call.
Six checks.
And 2 diamonds on board gives Williamson a flush draw. Smith, however,
750.
with a gut shot, and he has backdoor
Bet
nut
750.
diamonds if they should happen to come on the turn. C-bet of 750 from Smith. Williamson makes the call.
Seat 6 call.
No help to Williamson on the turn. Almost 4 million in the middle. Smith with 4.8 million left in his stack. Will he continue? If Williamson checks here.
Check.
You first.
Oh, I'm first. Sorry, guys. My bad.
Seat 6 checks.
Getting it late in the day.
Late in the day announced.
Holland.
All in from Smith. Max pressure. He does have the best of it right now. Wow, with that, Williamson makes that fold, and now Smith starting to catch up. Still has the shorter stack, but now 8.7 million to 11 million. Things are much closer. Smith is one small pot away from being the chip leader. Scotty Smith getting all kinds of love in the chat right now. Seems like he's got a lot of people sweating him here.
4 checks.
And he's got Williamson dominated right now. 6 deuce versus 8-6 suited as we go to the flop. 8 high, still good for Smith.
600.
4 checks.
Gonna check this one. And Williamson's gonna take a stab here, keeping the pressure on.
Four folds.
600,000 gets the job done.
I'm planning on checking the one because we're in live stream anyway. So
800.
seat 4 raises to 800,000.
And now it's Smith putting the pressure on, raising to 800,000 with Jack Deuce. Williamson with Queen 7
And 6 calls.
makes the call, and he's gonna have to play this one out of position. With 2 million in the middle. Queen high, still good.
6 checks.
Will Smith continue
Four
with
bets,
the aggression on this hand? He does bet out.
6
And And a quick call with the queen high. Williamson does have backdoor diamonds. Less likely that your opponent has an ace when there's two of them on board. And now, with two pairs on the board, queen high feels like the second nuts.
6 check.
Williamson checks. And Smith stacking out another bet.
600,000.
Goes small, 600,000 into 2.8 million. Gets the fold. And Smith very close now to even with Williamson and chips. 9.5 million to 10.2 million right now. Williamson just ahead in stacks. Love the aggression there from Scotty. I didn't know if that small bet sizing was going to get the job done, but it felt like such a value size. Got the fold. Suited hands for each player.
6
Williamson
raises.
going big. 1.2 million with the suited jack.
More call.
Smith making the call. And whoever wins this hand will be the chip leader. Two diamonds on board for Smith.
Six checks.
Check, check, and deuce of hearts gives Williamson the lead, making a pair. Having another graphics issue, it looks like there's a 5 of diamonds on this board also, so diamond draw for Smith, 1 pair for Williamson. Smith betting out 2 million and gets the better hand to lay it down, and now has the chip lead. 10.7 million for Smith.
Four calls. 6 checks.
(10-6) versus 6-5. Smith in the lead. Gut shot for Williamson. Would be no good.
4 bets 400.
Smith with the bigger gut shot. Leads out 400,000 and takes it down.
6 call.
You know about how much you have? I think this is 5. Got a couple here, 7, 10, 10-ish, I would say.
10-ish?
I think this is 5, unless I took, actually I don't know. I've been messing around with them, so.
4 checks.
I just want to know exactly how much you have, if you could, please. Check.
4 checks.
6.
6 bet. That's 600,000. 4 points.
Just like a
Yeah, hang on.
close enough number.
Williamson taking this one down with a bet. Smith wants to get a count there and find out where he's at. We know
Oh, yeah, sure can.
he's just in the lead. 10.7 versus 9 million.
Like 11, so I guess you should have like 8. Button right?
It is. Big blind in anything?
Yeah, 5 right there. 6, 7,
Thank you. That's good
7
enough.
and change, yeah.
8-5.
Yeah, yeah. I guess I had worked up that stack. I had 5 million in it
Yeah,
originally.
It's all right. I just want to know if it was 6 or 8.
Smith with a monster. Ace Jack against the suited 8 tray of Williamson.
900,000?
And Smith will open for 900,000. Williamson makes the call. We will see a flop.
Heads up.
Both players connecting. Best hand getting better. Aces for Smith, 8s for Williamson.
Check.
6 checks.
And Smith will bet 650.
4 bet 650,000.
Tries to get a little more value out of Williamson. It's probably going to work since he connected here. He also has backdoor diamonds working for him. Going to peel off a turn, see what happens.
6 call.
Smith looking to enhance his lead. But there's one of those backdoor diamonds. Williamson's hand gets a little better. But the ace-jack still in the lead.
He's first, right?
Check.
6 checks.
$1.5 million.
Seat 4 bets 1.5 million.
Smith betting 1.5. And now if Williamson can win this hand, he could recapture the lead. But Smith is about a 70% favorite. Williamson does make the call. And Smith hoping to avoid another diamond. And he does. Ace-jack will hold. And Smith will now have a dominating lead here.
All in.
4 goes all in.
Or could just end it right now. If Williamson makes this call, he will be going home in second place.
6 fold.
He does not. And now a dominating lead for Smith. 14 million to 5.5. The roles have reversed. Now it is Williamson who needs to double to get even with Smith. If you're out there watching, we do appreciate you. Please do give us a like and a subscribe if you haven't already done so, and hit that notification bell. Come on back and watch all of the Champions Poker Live streams. We're going to be streaming some cash games later this week, including PLO with the Stallions on Tuesday at 7 p.m. and then cash game, no limit hold'em cash games Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday at 7 p.m. Come on back and watch. Get back to the cash game action. If you're interested in playing on our stream, there is a link in the description below the video. You can fill out that form. Let us know what limits and games you're interested in. We do stream PLO every week and Hold'em every week, but occasionally we mix in a mixed game or two, if that's more your scene. And if you do like mixed games, we have a mixed game tournament here at Champions Club tomorrow. Horse, $180 buy-in, $100 optional add-on after registration closes. And that should be a fun one. I'm going to be playing tomorrow night. A bunch of the traveling dealers, I'm sure, will hop in there as everybody gets paid tomorrow. Should be super fun. Both players with clubs. Smith a little more connected, but Williamson with the higher card as we go to the flop here. And the best hand gets better. Williamson connecting, bottom pair.
4 checks.
Check, check. Aha. An action card. Club draws for both players.
Bet 600,000. Four call.
Smith makes the call. Both players hoping for a club. Williamson in the lead either way.
6 checks. 4 checks. Showdown, please.
Check, check, and Williamson will take this one down.
Oh, man. See, that was the only way I could beat you, man, if I get that. Cannot play you. I'll catch you.
Oh, yeah.
We're both begging for a club.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
You ain't lying. Oh, it was.
$1 million.
Seat 6 raises to 1 million.
Raise from Williamson with queen high. Smith looking down at jack 7.
Seat 4 calls.
Makes the call. Will be heads up to the flop. Best hand gets better. Williamson catching a deuce.
4 checks.
$1 million.
6 bet.
And
1
he will
million.
continue to bet. That's another million at it.
You want to look at the numbers?
And we'll take it down.
If you said that when we started, when I had all the chips, that'd be different.
Oh, no, yeah, if you don't want to, that's cool.
No,
I don't
yeah.
care. It doesn't matter
I'm
if you don't want to. It's just
I like to play and see if I can win the tournament.
let's play it. Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Let's
and it
play
was still, you know, still picking up 27,000.
Yeah, let's go.
So I mean, you got the edge. I get it, but you don't get that many chances to play it down to.
I like it.
You know, heads up.
I said it earlier that I
You
wanted
did.
to play.
You did say it.
Thank you.
Well, you got to admire a couple guys that want to play it all the way down to the end. Both players looking down at kings now. Suited king 6 for Smith, king jack offsuit for Williamson. We could see
4 raises to
a
900.
clash here. These are really premium hands heads up. Smith raising to 900. Williamson might click this one back.
I'm all in.
He does, all in.
Four folds.
Yeah, maybe too much of a raise there, but gets the job done anyhow.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I was playing in the Texas Card House main event, finished second
Oh yeah.
on a runner $40,000 suck out, playing for 40 heads up. So I feel like I got a second shot.
Nice. Let's get it.
You know, no suck outs though. I mean, I don't mean that part.
6 folds.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Playing heads up for 40,000.
Yeah, that's
I
fun.
get your adrenaline going, and
Sounds fun.
yeah, you don't do that every day. I mean, I don't. You guys probably do, but
No.
King 6 of clubs again for Smith. We just saw this a couple hands ago. Raising it up, 900,000. Jack deuce suited for Williamson. Looks like he's stacking up calling chips and does make the call.
Six checks.
Gut shot for Smith. Williamson takes the lead with bottom pair.
4 checks.
$800.
6 hits.
Check, check on the flop, and Williamson will bet his pair now, 800,000.
Four calls. Six checks.
Check mark delivered to Williamson. Goes check, check, and Williamson retakes the lead.
makes it 900,000.
$2.4.
4 makes it 2.4 million, and 6 folds.
Uh-oh, he's bumped it up.
All right, gentlemen,
Good
blinds and ears
Well,
are
Williams
up.
tried to make a move there and has lost the lead. Re-raise
500 and 500.
gets the job done. Smith back on
No place
top,
to hide now.
chip stack wise. Blinds now up 250, 500,000. When I ran the numbers before day 2 started, I predicted that this would be the level at which the tournament would end. Average stack right now about 20 big blinds.
Four calls. 6 checks.
Both players catching bottom pair. Williamson with the better kicker.
1 million.
6
Gonna
bets,
fire
1
a
million.
million at it. Hard to make a pair heads up. Smith will make the call. Needing a jack or some straight cards to come out. And there's one straight card.
6 checks.
Jack or a queen will do the job now for Smith. Also has some chop outs now.
4 checks.
Queen 4 with the check mark. Unless Smith somehow blasts him off this hand,
4 checks.
Williamson about to retake the lead again.
I got 1 pair.
4 checks. Showdown, please.
Of. You outkicked me by 1.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And there it is. Chip leads changing hands almost every hand now. Williamson back on top.
$1 million.
Pocket queens for
Brings us to
Williamson.
1 million.
Raising the minimum. Smith with a suited 4 deuce. Gonna make the call.
4 calls. Four checks.
1 million.
Open ender for Williamson. Queens still out in front. Bets it and takes it.
I guess it's better for me than if you didn't like it.
queen high for both players. Williamson with the better kicker.
6 checks.
Smith limping in and Williamson checking his option. We'll see a flop.
$1 million.
Best hand gets better. Williamson connecting, bets out and takes down another pot. And now up to almost a 2-to-1 advantage again over Smith.
Six folds.
And a walk for Smith this time.
Four folds.
And this time Williamson will get the walk.
$1 million.
6 raises to 1 million.
King 10 for Williamson, raising it up. Makes it $1 million to go. 5-6 suited for Smith.
Four calls.
And he will make the call. Top pair for Williamson. Best hand gets better. Smith with a gut shot.
Check.
I'm all in.
All in from Williamson.
Four folds.
Not a bad move there on a wet board like that. Don't want to let Smith get there for free. And his lead increases.
Four folds. call.
Williamson limping in with the suited 9 tray. Smith all in, queen 10. Quick fold from Williamson. Another big hand for Smith. King 9 suited.
All in?
All in again.
Six fold.
Chipping away.
$1 million.
Six raises to 1 million.
Diamonds for both players. Williamson raising it up with 7 deuce, and it happens to be the best hand. Smith with 5-4.
4 calls. Four checks.
No help to either player on the flop. 7 high, still the best hand.
Four bets, 1 million. Six fold.
And Smith takes this one down with a bet. 5 high gets there.
Four call.
I'm all in.
Six is all in. Four fold.
This time it's Williamson jamming it all in. Queen Jack.
Only one of those. That's
Oh, yeah, yeah.
small one. 4 bets 500,000.
Open ender for Williamson. Gut shot for Smith. Smith's 8 high, the best hand so far. He's going to bet 500,000.
6 calls.
Both player pair up. Smith's kicker still better.
750.
4 bets 750,000. Call.
Bet of 750 and a call from Williamson. Williamson needing some help here. And does not get it. The 8 kicker is still going to play. Queens and 4s with an 8 for Smith.
6, 4, and 6 check.
Check, check. And
Your
stacks
turn.
are going to be
Wait, what?
almost identical.
2 pair queens and 4s with an 8.
Smith now.
I did not want the 4. I wanted the 3 or the 8. The 8 would
Be
be
just short of Williamson. 10.7 to 9 million.
Blinds and evenings.
And right back to even. Smith giving Williamson a walk.
$1.2.
Sorry?
1.2 million.
1.2. 6 makes it 1.2 million.
Suited king versus ace 9. We may see some action here. Williamson raising to 1.2. King tray of diamonds.
All in.
Smith all in.
All in. Six folds.
Williamson gets out of the way. And now Smith just edging out Williamson. 9.9 to 9.8 million. Virtual tie. But if all the chips get in the middle, only one person can go broke. And at this point, it's Williamson.
$1 million.
4 makes it 1 million.
Jack 9 for Smith, raising it up. Suited 6 deuce for Williamson. Looks like he's going to see a flop, and he does.
Six checks.
Top pair for Smith. Best hand gets better. Williamson checks it.
Four checks.
Good check back by Smith here. Disguising his hand. Potential to get some value later. Gut shot now for Williamson.
1.5.
And now the bet from Smith.
Suit 4 makes it 1.5 million. Six folds.
Man, turn on the AC.
Williamson will not defend. And Smith's chip lead is growing.
Four folds.
Walk for Smith. Started this tournament with 676 players over the course of a few flights. Down to the final two now. These guys have been battling it out. Heads up since hand number 93. So about 30 hands now. Which probably doesn't sound like a lot, but these heads up battles typically don't go very many hands.
Four calls.
Williamson with a really nice hand here. Queen Jack, heads up. That looks like aces. Suited 9-5 for Smith. We will see a flop, no raise from Williamson. Top pair. Smith with a gut shot. Backdoor spades.
That's 500,000.
Williamson leads out for 500.
Four calls.
Smith makes the call. No help on the turn for Smith.
1.6.
And a big bet from Williamson
6 million.
gets the job done. And now Williamson takes the lead back. 10.3 million to 9.4.
Is there a break coming up? I don't see any more breaks on there.
That's not a use for
Huh? No. Oh, you're talking to me. You need a bathroom break? A 5-minute break?
You want to?
I think the address.
After this level, I would, you know,
That's fine. We can take 5 minutes.
that's okay. Just to rush to the bathroom. You're drinking water all day, man. What can I do?
Jack 8 for Williamson. Ace 4 suited for Smith. Two pretty good holdings for heads up. Ace 4 suited, obviously a great holding. Even in a multi-way game. Might see a raise out of this. Smith's going to go all in. No defense for Williamson on that. Doesn't want to flip for the whole tournament with Jack 8. And Smith with another ace. Ace 5 this time.
1.5, and fourth, 1.5.
Raising to 1.5 million. Larger bet sizing. Williamson with a suited king 4. Makes the call. And again, this pot will determine the chip leader.
6 checks.
Ace high is still good, and now a gut shot. Williamson in need of a king or running diamonds. And Smith is all in. Williamson gets out of the way. And now Smith back on top. Over 11 million chips.
Yeah, I keep doing that.
Okay.
King 8 versus King 8.
6 is all in.
Williamson with hearts.
Mmm.
Moves it all in.
It was a good sweat. It was a good sweat.
Eventually, we'll pick up 2
No
hands.
flop necessary.
That was close. $1 million.
Smith raising it up with King Deuce, and Williamson looking down at King Jack. Facing a raise. Another really strong holding heads up.
I'm all in.
All in from Williamson. And a quick fold from Smith, and we're basically even again.
Taking our break.
Oh, yes. He said he nodded his head, but you got to stop the clock. Where did he go?
All right, I'm turning over to Mackenzie.
You said we were going to take a break, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just 5 minutes.
All right, folks, looks like we're going to take just a brief break for the gentleman there to go use the restroom. We're coming right back to the action, though. Come visit us here at Champions Club here in Houston, Texas. We are the only poker club in all of Texas that has a hotel on site. It's a great place to come stay and play. 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South here in Houston, Texas. And if you like to play cash poker, it really is a great place to come. If you play for 8 hours in a 24-hour period, you get your room for free. Play for 4 hours, get a $69 room rate. Perfect place to come for a poker vacation. And the poker action here is wild. You'll love it if you're a poker player. If you're already in Houston, we've got a horse tournament coming up tomorrow night, 180 buy-in, 7 p.m. start time, $5K guaranteed. Optional $100 add-on after registration closes. I'll be there. It's going to be fun. And then we've got tournaments coming up throughout the week as well. Check Poker Atlas for all the details.
I decorated my new place in black and gold.
Take a look at some highlights.
Just because of you, dude. True story, right, Pink?
I'm just watching the Alex show right now, brother.
But true story, we decorated in black and gold Just out of an honor of Phil.
We did.
Yeah, it was.
It's black and gold, but I did not do you.
Correct.
Ace 6-4, some trouble for Ambrose.
How much is in the pot?
Phil, would you say you're a love to win guy or a hate to lose guy?
Overbets don't
Wow.
hate to lose. Wow.
No, stop it. You're a
Huge here.
you're a graceful loser. What are you talking about?
Alex was trying to convince us that you don't tilt earlier today. And me and Freddie looked at him like,
Like you guys just don't understand him. That's your problem. You guys are like one-dimensional
I
thinkers.
tilt a lot less than you guys.
Now there for Ambrose.
Just
he's
You guys
gonna
are
get
just
away
one-dimensional
from all
thinkers.
of
My
it.
tilt by
Makes
wine,
the call.
and then I go back into super tight mode, and you.
And
guys
here we
think I'm
go.
tilted. You just give me money every day. They just give me money every time I play poker. It's scary to me. Like,
What do you do? Once or twice?
Oh, up to you, man.
yeah,
I always go twice.
Twice sounds good.
on your backs.
Yeah, first the show.
On your backs.
Alex about a 2-1 favorite.
Fair fight.
Oh man, Alex.
Six to four.
Nice hand, nice hand.
16K in the pot.
All right, sure. He gave up. I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing. We're good.
Twice or once?
Twice, go
We're
ahead.
going twice.
Ambrose reaching for the backpack.
Smart.
I always knew Houston was my place. I always knew if I just sit there and play with Phil, I'm gonna win 100,000.
Full house.
River 4. I think Freddie
Yeah,
called
that's
that
for the
one.
first one.
And this is the sixth.
And drums.
No, it's
No, you got an 8 or an 8
not even
or a
slim.
7.
It's completely over.
Three.
Or a three.
And that's for the
Yeah,
second
instead
one.
it's a
Thank you.
two.
I missed the 3. Too many outs.
Nice dealer tip and a nice pot for Alex.
Called himself a rom.
It's a good game here, guys. You guys play every week?
7 deuce game is on.
The Chicago guys are battling. Battling.
We'll just play by ourselves.
I wouldn't fold this hand for a family member, dude.
Don, you can play with us too.
Okay.
And he can too.
Tom,
And Poker Mama, you can play too. And you can play too. What are you doing? What when you had your
8-6-5.
just talking shit. You had your hand in the cookie jar. You made it.
Third straight draw for Alex.
You got caught. It feels bad, right? It does feel bad.
Is Casey invited?
Oh yeah.
1,000.
Did I not invite you?
No, it says Casey invited.
Oh, I said yeah. Poker Mama, you can play.
Another 5 on the turn. Trips for
I
Alex,
invited
setting
Don
the trap.
For the record.
We have a lot of. It's going to be fun. We have a lot of. Women playing with us the next couple days.
Really?
Yes.
Someone's gonna be singing a tune after this hand.
Yeah, my girlfriend Ashley's playing.
River 9.
Ashley Frank, Poker Face Ash.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. No, that is. I don't know her personally, but I know. I've heard the name.
What the hell?
5,000.
There's a lot of history in this hand, guys. Watch this.
What are you representing?
Oh, and Maria's going to be here. For
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember 9/11?
Never heard of it.
Oh my God.
Well, you're about to see.
Oh no.
Pink.
Oh no.
Yeah.
The Chicago guys are making the stream, man. I'm supposed to be the clever one,
What the fuck is this?
or the poker brat ones.
Oh, you can do it.
Alex
You
somehow
got any
get
information you
away.
give me? Any live sells in them?
Well, first tell me what
Can't
your hand is, so
imagine.
I can help you.
I have a very disguised hand. He bet the flop. It's a good spot to make me look bad. It's actually why I'm considering calling. It's not that my hand is strong or anything.
Freddie, can I help him?
Makes the call. Freddie gets
Yeah,
paid off.
that's what I figured it was.
7 deuce, so we'll make a little
I
bit
figured it was
extra
7
as
deuce
well.
also. I was like, that's literally the only hand he could have is 7 deuce.
Have a full house.
Nice hand.
I called it right at the beginning of the hand. I said the Chicago guys are playing.
We're not
against
even
each
playing
other.
yet.
What a
Oh.
bingo ass river.
RJ with 2 kings.
Don and I are happy.
He and Don could
Don and I are
collide.
happy. We just found out Electric is not going to take our business over.
Here comes Don, which RJ is going to love.
Don, you got a big one on you, huh?
Yeah, real big. I want the net game continue.
Here we go.
Kind of setting the trap for the Nick game, guys.
Oh my
Instead, he just
You had
runs
me
into
down
the goods.
Oh, no.
You guys going once or twice?
Whatever, sir.
All right, back to the action. Maybe. Ah, there we go. 2 players left. $39,280 at stake. 27,000 to second place. These guys have been going at it now
1.6.
for almost 40 hands. This is hand number 38 of heads-up play. Williamson with ace-5, raising it up, 1.6.
All in.
And Smith all in, suited, queen-jack. Williamson does have the larger stack right now.
How much is it?
He is ahead with the ace-high.
10 million exactly. Is it short? Heavy? Yeah.
Are there any chips behind?
No.
I think all your stacks are one over.
Okay.
You got me covered.
10-5.
Yeah, you got me covered.
Smith does have the bigger stack.
Tough decision here.
Had them stacked up a little awkwardly there.
Wait, individual chips? He's saying you have chips back there.
No, I don't have anything.
I mean, it's just the one barrel. I mean, there's 5 stacks, right? That's all you see.
How many blinds do I have? Whew, 10 bigs. 10 plus bigs.
I call.
And a call. It's a coin flip for the whole tournament.
Tough call. I got 10 bigs, you know.
Yeah.
Now the graphics are saying that Williamson has the bigger stack, but I think Smith might actually have him covered. They may maybe
I
just
like it.
off here.
But I lost a runner, that other one, so I'm not
Aces and 5s on the flop.
free yet.
10 one time.
There
Not
is a
hopefully
gut
yet.
shot
Is it gonna happen
possibility.
again? No.
Not this time. Aces and 5s will hold, and now we got to do a count here and see. It's going to be very close.
Sorry. Let me get that
The
close. Big
graphics
table.
are saying Williamson has more chips, but I believe Smith has 10.5 million, which is just over half the chips. He's going to have a couple left here.
I'm at a discount.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8,600,000. Yeah.
Good shot of tournament director Dave Phelps verifying the stacks. And Smith will have some chips left here, but it won't be very many.
2, 4, 6, 8, 8,600,000. And he has 1,900,000.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
And what a huge hand and a huge story for Williamson, who now is a huge favorite. He's got almost all of the chips. Came into today, bagged up 12,000 chips yesterday, came in and the blinds were 6 and 12. He had one big blind. It was rainy in Houston. He said he almost didn't come out. His daughter talked him into coming down to have some fun and play poker. And now he's a huge favorite to win this tournament.
Okay. Let me have a look.
Well, Smith's going to win this hand. He's got 7-4, can't lose. So he's on the comeback trail. 7-4 always gets there, champions. Williamson in the lead right now with Jack-8, but we know what's going to happen here. Smith is going to double.
Any 8, any jack.
Seven, 4 gets there. Bottom pair. Just needs to fade a jack or an 8, and Smith will still be alive. And he does. Doubles up. And just like that, up to 4 million. One more double and it's even again.
Yeah. You gotta love when that one comes in.
Just got to get 7-4 every time.
I know it's only, you can only do that. It doesn't matter what you have, so. That's the way it goes.
Blinds, by the way, up to 3 and 600,000. Smith at 5 big blinds, getting a walk. If you're out there watching and you're enjoying what you're seeing, please give us a like and a subscribe. We do appreciate that. It helps us with our algorithm, and it helps you with yours if you like to get poker content in your feed. Smith needing one more double to be back in the game. But this time it's Williamson with the 7-4, so we know he's going to win this one. Smith would be best to just fold. Oh no, all in. Williamson, what are you doing? Could have ended it right there. Well, these look like pretty hands. Both players are going to be happy getting the chips in the middle. Jack 9 of hearts, King 10 of clubs. Smith in the lead right now, needs this one to double up and be back in the tournament. Smith pulls this one out. He'll be the chip leader again.
Ooh, boy.
Oh my.
Wow.
Trip 9s on the flop.
Is it gonna happen?
And Smith now
Holy smoke.
1%. Oh my. Needs help. Does not get it on the turn, and that is going to do it with 9s full. From one big blind to champion of the final event of the Poker Go Tour's Texas Poker Open. It's Fred Williamson, the Norseman, taking it home. $39,280 in that championship belt buckle. Gotta love it. What a story. Almost didn't come in today. One big blind to the winner of the tournament. Well, folks, we appreciate you watching. We hope you had as much fun as we did here at Champions Club. We do have more streams coming up this week, starting with PLO with the Poker Stallions on Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, more no limit hold'em action. This time it'll be cash games. We got 10-25 on Wednesday, 5-10 on Thursday, and 1-3 on Friday. All your no limit hold'em action here. If your tournaments are more your thing, we got a horse tournament coming up tomorrow at Champions Club. Come and visit us. From Houston, Texas, this is Dan Fout saying good night and thanks for watching.
Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the racks. No, counting the stacks, stacking the racks.